right. Um. Well, thank you, Silver Cecil. That's pretty amazing. 205 stream streak. Uh. Something to share. Something that's irrelevant, but profound. Profoundly stupid. So a couple of years ago, I went to a tantra massage education, and it was just so fucking weird that I stopped and I left halfway through. And it was absurd in so many ways. Like, I don't mind spirituality, but this was just the peak absurdity. And I met someone there, and we just became friends. Hey, Banjo, on your way to the 100 again. We became friends. We kind of had a bit of contact, and then sort of she vanished out of thin air. And now she's back. She has a workshop. She just published a workshop she's conducting, and I feel like I want to read the description. It's a friend I met a couple of years ago at a very, very spiritual and very crazy cultist tantra massage education. So she has an angel workshop. That's the literal name of it, angel workshop. So it's called the Gift of the Angels, a 3-hour workshop and guided course where we dive deep into the meeting with your closest angels. In this workshop, the angels will open the 19th dimension, and the light of the angels will fill you and activate your inner angel frequency. I'm translating it directly, just FYI. The light will prepare you and cleanse your system and our common room so you're ready for the meeting with the angels' higher frequency, and the angels will be clearly visible without disturbances on these lower vibrations and keep the space for us. After that, I'll guide you with your in the meeting with your guardian angel, the angel that is connected to your soul's mission, and the angel you will be forever deeply connected to. This might be a powerhouse of an angel, or it might be that can fulfill 3 tasks, or it might be 3 different specialized angels. But know this, that the meeting will be divinely perfect for you and your soul's continued development. We will then be working with intention reinforcement energy work together and with the angels, and we'll be ending up with an angel self-healing. Do you feel called, loved child of the universe, carrier of the angel frequency? If so, this is the workshop for you. That's a little bit falling off the deep end, in my opinion. Waiting for a price tag. It's actually pretty cheap. This is pretty cheap. Yeah, 50 euro. No, the silence in chat. Everyone's gonna be like, how do I translate it to Danish so I can attend this workshop? There's only 11 spots on this workshop. Apparently, not a lot of angels could attend, apparently. There must be empty in the 19th dimension. Wait, it feels like an illegal number. Multiple of 2 and 5. No, it has to be the 19th dimension. And then you can, so you will not meet your powerhouse of a healing angel. I am. It's always when people talk about vibrations or frequencies, and I'm always like, I don't know what that means. Like, I don't even know what it is you think it means. Like, oh, you're I can just feel that you're on the lower vibration. I'm on the higher vibration, so you can understand the difference. Like, I hear the words, they're just not making any sense. Was the sex good? We didn't get there. And I think there is an old adage that I would, if you don't know this, you should know this before you get seriously hurt. Don't put your dick in crazy. So yeah. So no, this is definitely very, very crazy. But you know, there. I don't mind it. I don't mind it when people do it for themselves. When it becomes something you make money off, then it feels a little bit like a scam. And by a little bit, I mean quite a lot. And if it becomes something that's religious, then it gets even more dangerous, because then it's like do's and don'ts, and only I have the power of the angels that can tell you that you need to pay for this course. That then it gets more than a little bit iffy. So usually don't know what vibrations mean either. It's usually some quantum esoteric BS. Yeah, I also went to a tantra massage course, and then this guy was like, there's a thing called polarity, and I love the concept. It's sort of analogous. You can sort of say, oh, like magnets attract, like opposites attract. That's the idea of it. So if someone like really feminine, really masculine on specific dimensions, yes, there will be sparks flying. Maybe they'll work, maybe it won't work, but there's a high polarity. And when you see an old couple who wear the same tracksuit, then there's no polarity, there's no difference. They've completely sort of become the same. They have the same opinions about everything. They do the same thing. They see the same shows. They do all of that stuff, and like there's no polarity, there's no spark, nothing can happen between them. And I love that concept. Like I love that polarity where they go into the masculine energy or the feminine energy, and then there's something happens, because there's this, the dominant, the submissive, there's different dynamics, and I love that. But then this guy, I was like, this guy has some kind of technical background, because then he started sort of, yeah, okay, I mean, we can all sort of talk about magnets. Like, okay, so when the stronger magnets attract each other more, like, all right, I can deal with that, and that analogy. That's perfectly fine. But then I'm like thinking like, but the distance, the attractive force is proportional to the square of the distance. I mean, how does that figure in? Okay, never mind. It's an analogy. Don't go too deep. But then he was talking about electromagnets and switching polarity. I was like, you are taking this analogy way beyond what it can carry. Like we can talk about like magnets. Strong magnets attract each other more. Small magnets don't attract each other. And once they're stuck, then there's no magnetism, and that's about as far as we can get. If you mix different polarities, no, you don't. But if you neutralize them, this is what I mean. Like if you're ending up sort of an old married couple that don't have anything, they mean the same thing, they see the same thing, they all their opinions are the same. Then there's no spark. There's nothing can happen. There's no like there's no tension, right? So, and then there's no passion. It's a little bit of a it's an analogy, so it's not a it's not a perfect model. It's just a way of simplifying things, which I like it. So I am sure your friend really believes that she's doing. Otherwise, I don't think it's publicized. Yes, that's dangerous path of all. Yes, Q voltage analogy. Yes. It's a weird thing, right? But you can. I think that it's something, if you have your own sort of, we all have our own belief systems, and whether they can be superstitious or they can be like really hardcore scientific, then there's a belief system that that we sort of adhere to about, oh, this is pure chance, and this is whatever, and it's fine, because that's kind of how we make sense of the world, and we are still our brains are still monkey brains, and we're in a world that's way too complicated for our simple monkey brains. So we try to sort of find patterns and symmetries where there are none, where it's just random noise, and just try to make it make sense. It's just natural. How we make it make sense is completely different. Or you can sort of go like, it doesn't need to make sense because it's all random chance. It's all a simulation, if you want to go extreme. But it's when it's sort of, when someone is being taken advantage of or is taking advantage of someone else, then it's problematic. Yeah. But I do like the analogy of polarity. When with all analogies, you can't sort of stretch them too far. So you can't say everything about magnets and electromagnets and sort of transfer it over to meaningfully into relationships between people, because they're not magnets. I don't know if you noticed, but people are not magnets, or are they? So, yeah. So there's a limit to that. Yeah. But I thought I just wanted to share it because it was just so weird. Like I read it like 3 times and like, are you kidding me? A simulation will always have some kind of structure embedded. Yes. That's it. I think my best explanation of this was actually at a macroeconomics course where the professor was saying it's a concrete airplane. Whenever someone's like, well, actually, the inflation is not dependent on this. And he was like, it's a concrete airplane. And we were like, what? It's like, yeah, if you put a concrete airplane in an air tunnel, it'll behave exactly like an airplane will. It just won't fly. And I was like, yeah, it's a concrete airplane. And that I like that. I like that analogy again for models. Like, models are not reality. They are a simplification of reality. So there will always be something. It's a concrete airplane. Yeah, I love it. It looks it looks and in an air tunnel it behaves exactly like an airplane, but it's not gonna fly. So that's yeah. Or anything spicy. In angelic, you missed something angelic. Yes, this Winter's workshop. Yeah. It was really weird. Like, it was this workshop. The workshop where I met her. It was just, yeah. I had to leave. It was just so absurd. It was so absurd. And the thing is, like, there were, hey, Daniel OFP, thank you for the 8 months. Factorio, the best content. Don't give up. Keep going. Thank you. Will do. Yeah, I realized that, okay, sure, we're a group of people, we're 16 participants, and we'll all be a little bit different. But then there was one person who was kicked out of the course because he had a really bad attitude, and they were sort of guiding him to say, you can't be here because that attitude is not welcome. And then the guy who was sharing the room with the guy who was now sent home, and he was like, I can't sleep in that room. And everyone was like, yeah, I understand that. And they all went into the room and go, ooh. I can't even be in here. And I was like, nothing. I mean, it's just a room. Like, and everyone else was like, whoa, ooh, okay, this needs to be cleansed. And everyone was like, oh yeah, everyone have some crystals or some lights. And it was like, I don't think you're allowed to start to light lights in the rooms. Like, oh my god, then how am I going to cleanse it? I don't know. Open the windows. I don't know. And then it was like, oh, I brought some crystals. Oh, bring out the crystals. Doing a chant and waving the crystals around. And then afterwards, everyone came in like, oh, it's so much better. I also came in and go, meh. But that was, and then I realized that, and they're like, oh, I'm sorry. Do you not feel it? Like, no, I don't feel it. Oh, I'm so sorry for you. Oh, you don't see auras either? Like, no, I don't see auras either. Oh my god. Oh, are you okay? You okay? Like, yeah, I'm okay. Oh, I still feel so bad for you. Like, oh, maybe when you're sufficiently enlightened, you'll be able to see auras as well and sense energies. Like, yeah, maybe I will. And it was just, okay, so I am the only one in now a group of now 15 who is not attuned to magic and ley lines and energy and auras, reading auras and all of that stuff. Like, okay, that's weird. Yeah. Well, I also, this workshop I referred to, she signs herself as a clairvoyant guide. And I'm like, well, if she's clairvoyant, I don't have to sign up for her course. I can just show up if I want to because she's clairvoyant. She must know if I'm coming or not. So the whole idea of replying on Facebook just kind of rings a little hollow to me. So. Okay, remove the harmful radiation. Oh, from the barcodes even. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like you think that you're the only sane one, but suddenly you're surrounded by people who are very different, and that's the shit that makes you question your own belief system. Suddenly, you're the wrong one. You're the weird one, and it was like the whole way through, and it was like there was a subtext for some absolutely unknown reason of also corona denial. This was right after corona, so it was a lot of corona denial. There was a lot of sort of anti-pharmaceutical companies. There was a lot of sort of hidden Trumpism, which I don't understand how that is in the spiritual field. But there, it somehow it sort of it sneaks in these cults. There's a really, it's so weird because there is no connection. There's no reason why, but it's like the whole anti-establishment. Like, yeah, no, that's not really the point. Was this the course that made you seriously uncomfortable for some of you contemporary? Yes, that was the one. Yep. So because it is a cult, and I was right. Because there has been, the Danish Public Radio has made a 6-episode podcast about this organization that they are part of. This Tantra Temple is part of an organization called Neta Yoga Center, and that's part of a pan-European organization that all hails to one supreme leader who is now arrested in France. And you heard these stories about someone where like, it was. I didn't see this, but it was sort of under the surface. And you heard about it, like there was this yoga thing, and if they were sort of really attuned and good in the yoga, then for some reason, this guy in France who was hiding somewhere in France, the guru, the cult leader, he could read auras, and he could read people's sort of how attuned they were. But apparently, he couldn't do it when people had clothes on. So he needed people to. He wanted to read their chakras. He wanted people with good heart chakras, really open and big heart chakras. That was what he was looking for. So of course every young yoga woman, somehow only the woman, had to take nude pictures or pictures in underwear, send it to France so that he would be reading their chakras to see if they were big and open. And if they were sufficiently big and open heart chakras, then they would be invited for a meeting so that he could further enlighten them. And then they were sort of escorted, put a hood over the head in the airport in Charles de Gaulle, traveled around the city somewhere, and they were parked in a house, and they just stayed in that house. They could be there for weeks with other young women, had nothing to do except sort of watch porn and rock around in underwear until they suddenly were summoned by him to another secret location to get sort of initiated. I was like, now I didn't see that, but I got that vibe, and that was how the whole organization was. And this was sort of the lower rungs of this, where it was like, you could see that these 3 young women who were encouraged came from the yoga center. They were invited to become part of the tantra massage, and they got this education for free. That's a 20,000 euro education. They got that for free. They just had to work doing massages in the temple. Well, like, right. So you just go like, you can have this for free, but now you owe us services worth 20,000 euros, and those services are semi-sexual in nature. Like, that's not good. That is not good. I couldn't. I just could not be around that place. Yeah. Somehow they're all the same. Yes. Well, no, they're not. They're all the same. The ones that you see. People around, believe to feel like have a place to fit in. Yeah, but it's how long were you? I was there for it was 9 courses of 1 week at a retreat center, and I stopped during the second week of that retreat because then I stopped midway. So I went to the first one. I was like very skeptical, and then I was sort of encouraged to give it another shot, and then I gave it another shot, and then on Tuesday. Yeah, on Tuesday. We came there on Saturday. On Tuesday, I was like, I'm leaving. This is it. So I'm happy that I left. And, I mean, there's only so much you can do. And people are free to do the thing. And I shouldn't sort of, yeah. Yeah, so, but it's just part of, it's one of those things where I don't feel that you can be, if you march in a Nazi rally, you can't just say, well, I was just walking here. No, you're part of the rally. And it's the same thing. You can't be part of a cult and go like, well, they actually have some pretty good causes. Like, no, you're feeding into this. You're part of the system. If you're going to continue to be part of the system, then you are part of the problem. You can't just be like, well, I was just walking here. Someone gave me a banner and I don't know what's on it. I was just there. I'm hanging out. Like, nope. You are guilty by proxy. And there's a certain leeway of seeing how, yeah, but they had amazing croissants. I'm sure they do. There's fires at work. Oh, hopefully you're not a firefighter. Because there, of course, are some entertained energy place. No, it was nothing to do with it. It's quite the opposite of that. It's much more on the feminine energy side. But it is a cult. And yeah, they are... luckily, the 2 main culprits have been arrested for human smuggling, like human trafficking. That's what it's called, human trafficking. So, yeah, that's human trafficking. That's a pretty severe, and something else as well, racketeering or something. I don't know, some other thing. But human trafficking, that's not exactly a crime that you're proud of committing, right? So yeah, so yeah, but on the whole they're all like that. If it's yeah, it was Interpol. He had a warrant in France and Sweden, and they actually also raided the place in Denmark. So the fact that they raided a place looking for documents and looking for one of these people, his second-hand man raided the place in Denmark, is a pretty good sign that they were very integral to this organization. They weren't just sort of like, oh yeah, we're just kind of associated on the periphery. No. You're feeding them blonde women with big heart chakras. So. Who's proud of doing a crime? I can imagine if you're with other criminals, there are some crimes that are higher prestige and some that are not something you talk about. Like maybe violent crimes are better, racketeering, pedophilia, that's probably not something you brag about among other criminals, anything. So I think that there must be a tier list, a hierarchy of good and bad crimes. I don't know. I'm not in that world, but I can imagine that human trafficking is not one of those super popular ones. So, yeah. But anyway, about this, that they're all like this. They're not. Like, I am... See, now I'm saying this, and then maybe it turns out that I'm completely wrong. But at least then it'll sort of, yeah. The kink club that I'm part of, the leader of that club has been doing that for 16 years. And... he has a lot of sexual encounters, but his rule is that he will never ask anyone. They have to ask him. Which I think is a really good rule if you're an organizer of a place. And he's been doing that for 16 years. And there are no rumors, there's nothing about any kind of inappropriate behavior, which I think that's really fucking impressive. That you can be in a sex-positive environment as a leader of an institution and for so long, and there's just never anyone who says anything bad about them. So there definitely exists, but what happens often is that the ego is running away with people, and they go like, "Ooh, I must be as amazing as you." You start like, what is it? Like a good hustler can persuade other people that you're amazing and infallible, but the problem is when you start believing it yourself. That is the fall down of any hustler. When you start believing your own bullshit. And that's what happens, I think, is that you sort of get away with it and you take liberties, and then you keep getting away with it until you just build a really sick location. Getting high on your own farts. Well, I don't know if that's the technical term for it, but sure. Yeah. Do things that are illegal, but for a good cause. What? Fridays for Future? I don't know what Fridays for Future is. But that's again... Human hubris is the oldest story. Yeah. Yeah, tax evasion, which is basically a crime everyone does. I don't know if it's a crime everyone does. I really should be doing it more than if everyone does it. How does the border from just a hustler to someone known to be more wealthier people look like? I don't know. I think that it's just you're a hustler if you hustle small time, but otherwise you're an entrepreneur if you hustle big time. I don't know, or you're a real estate developer. Then that just means that you're hustling bigger money. But if you're just cleaning out pool halls, then you're a hustler. But if you're getting 100 million for a real estate development and running away and it just collapses in on itself, then you're not a hustler. Then you're a real estate developer, and people will throw money at you for the next project for absolutely unknown reasons. Doing your own bullshit, you are a spiritual leader. When you don't, it's a rod. Yeah. Yeah, but that's so there is a, yeah, it's a shadow side. It's I think it's also something we see with a lot of streamers, the popular streamers, especially men. I think the women don't get as arrogant. They just kind of make more money and sort of milk it for all it's worth. But the guys, the male streamers, seem to have a tendency to go like, really? I have a following, I have fans, I have women, I have money. Hey, I should behave badly. I'm like, well, you don't have to. No, but I can. Yeah, you can, but you don't have to. Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was behaving badly. That's kind of how it goes way too often. But I also, to some extent, as an old man, I understand it. You have these introverted 16-year-olds who suddenly rise to fame and fortune, and they have no context of sort of how to behave among other people, and suddenly they have hundreds of thousands of fans, screaming fans, and money and all that stuff. And that's a dangerous drug, and you've not sort of attuned to it. So yeah. You're telling me that narcissists are overrepresented in people who put their face in front of a camera for a living? No, I don't think so. Well, they're probably overrepresented, but they're probably overrepresented in a lot of things. Middle management, that's definitely overrepresented. Also senior management for that matter, but I don't think necessarily, but yeah, they probably are. Yeah. So I have younger streamers. I've been watching the first DSP series on your YouTube, as I missed the first time around, and I keep getting the biggest urge to tell Pasnito stuff that would blow his mind. Sweet Shamatar that he was. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's actually fun, because then it's like there is literally documentation for sort of my development. If you could piece it through, yeah, that's a sweet Shamatar he was. Yeah. Just how much of a game changer a box on top of a splitter. Yes, that too. I thought you meant also like real life stuff, but sure, also the box on top of a splitter is amazing. Quite dreaded from such clubs. What clubs? Since I can't imagine how diseases are kept maintained when lust is underplayed. Some minor rules sometimes get skipped for sure. Do you also fear that going to restaurants and office spaces and like? It's really not an issue. It's on the other hand, it's the culture is much better in terms of sort of advising people in your sort of sphere if you've been infected with something, so people can take precautions. That's not something. If you suddenly have some interesting STD, are you going to go through all your last 100 Tinder matches and find them and say, hey, maybe you should get checked? You're not. But that's kind of how it goes. And it's really not an issue. It really is. And everyone practices safe sex. So there's only very special places, very special closed places where it's not. And even if safe sex, you also still get regular tests. So it's not really a thing. Yeah, those go so high. Yeah, that's true. I'm glad that the external and Triggerant. Hey, Battle thank you for the 10,000 bits. What's your final opinion about the game from yesterday? Yeah, let's jump down that path. And so I played Star Rupture yesterday. It was the last day of the playtest. I also recorded something today, and I didn't get a chance to edit it, so it'll probably come up tomorrow. And I think it's amazing. I think there's very few things that I don't like about this game, and those are, they might sort of be niggling issues, but I don't think that it's like the overall feel is really good. Like the game looks amazing. It has a really cool concept. This Star Rupture thing is unique and interesting. It has a certain level of complexity in terms of base building, which I like, but it's not a full-on factory builder, which I also think is fine. Because if it's full-on factory builder, then you don't have time for exploration, and then if it's an exploration and base defense, then you don't have time for that. So I think it has found a really good spot for me, where there's definitely a challenge in fighting, but there's also it has this really cool rhythm that I really like from Valheim and Icarus, that you spend some time, maybe an hour, just setting up your base and tinkering with it. Then it's sort of, yeah, okay, I completed some kind of objective. Let me move out and explore the world. There's this place over here, or I'm missing some of those parts. And then it sort of drives the natural flow of the game, where there's like some time for exploration and, yeah, discovery, and then some time for base building. And I really like that rhythm. And I love it for Valheim, and I love it for Icarus. Those games just have other problems. This one probably have other problems as well, but so far I think that it's really interesting. Also, like some of the things that really I hate about Icarus and Valheim is the penalty for death is extremely high. Here you can say, okay, if you die and you can't recover your corpse, then at least after the next Star Rupture, you can go grab it because all the enemies are dead anyway. So that's pretty convenient. And I think that's really, really cool. So I really enjoyed the game. I think it was just something I wanted to dive in more, build more, figure out how it works, figure out the story, the world, the mechanics. It was super amazing. So I'm really looking forward to playing it more this fall or this autumn. I think it's autumn and not fall. Fall is American, right? So yeah, and I hope that that'll be soon. But I also just had a fatal error crash, and there are certainly things that are not done yet, but it's in a pretty good state. It's not like a 1 year away from being early access. It's more like 3 months away from early access, in my completely uneducated opinion, because it feels really polished. It feels very playable, and I hope the game has more than it shows, like the more tech. But maybe not, and then it'll come later on. Because remember Satisfactory, how limited it was? You didn't even have vehicles. You didn't have oil. In the first version, you didn't have oil. So you got level 3, 4. Tier 3 and 4, that was it. Did you even have 4? No, 3. I don't know. So and it looks to be successful. So that means that it's probably something that hopefully we'll see continued development in early access, which is going to be awesome because then we can sort of play it and then they add something new, a new tier, a new tech, a new enemy, and then we can play more. For Valheim, I suppose that was a deliberate design choice to make world feel vast and provide depth. Which one? The killing you? Yeah, Valheim has travel issues as well. So, which is alleviated by teleporting ore, but that was, yeah. The connections looked crisp as well. It all seemed very polished in terms of how you link stuff and how it interacts with you. Yes, except for the fact that a 2-tile wide will have the connector in the middle of the tiles, while a 3 wide or a 1 wide will have the connector in the middle of a tile, which means that when you set a connector or a splitter, which is a 1 tile across from an orbital launcher, that's 2 tiles, then you cannot make them align. That is atrocious. And I don't know how they fix it, but I don't think they will. But it just means that everything has kinks. And I do like my kinks, but not in the factories. I prefer my factories as crisp and vanilla as possible, and I keep my kinks to my private life. Find the graphics on Star Rapture quite nice, beautiful biomes, and good light effects on Twilight. Yes, and this how dull it looks after the rupture is amazing because it's temporary. And then you start seeing small patches of green, and then it becomes nice and green again, which I really love. It's a great combination. So that's something. It's definitely very high on our to-do list for the fall, which is nice because we're kind of short on new games that we're super excited about. So that's good. Good. So that's good to do. I really worried after the first rupture. I thought, is this the game now? Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh. The biomes from what I saw seem lacking artistic imagination compared to Satisfactory Factorio. Yeah, but I also think Satisfactory is a little over the top. I have a general problem. I think the biomes are the best in Valheim. They're really smooth and they work really well. They are fucking annoying, but the transition from one to the other is very smooth and very natural. I don't know how they generate it, but this one has a little bit. It's unreal, like Icarus is. So it does have this template plus asset feel to it, and yeah. But I think that the ruggedness of the rocks is really nice. So it's not like you can't immediately see if you can traverse a cliffside or not, because it's not like, oh, this is a type 3 cliff that is untraversable. No, it's like jagged rocks everywhere. I'm like, okay, maybe I can get up there, maybe I can't. But I think we're also just kind of in the starting area, and hopefully there'll be sort of more biomes, and maybe they'll add more biomes later on. And I think that's going to be, I think this game has a huge potential for expansion and upgrades, and just like both factory-wise and tech-wise and story-wise and enemies and biomes. Like there's so many dimensions that they can go with it. So I think it's really exciting. Definitely, that's my opinion on it after just one evening. Cool. Want to play some Factorio? Is that okay with you? Let's give it a shot. One Sabarino. Well. We have done something. Guess it's been a while. You need to get a 3D printer yourself one day. Why? Oh. This is the new thing. At the end of the last episode, we designed this one, which is launching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 500. That's 3,000.
A new subscriber arrives.
Hookji, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. This is launching 3,000 biters. So this is a biter farm for... Did you see how many launchers there were? 990 launchers times 500. 495,000 biters. That's 500,000 biters. We are ready to launch. We're not going to launch all of them at once. We're going to launch them in, they have indicators. There's a little indicator here, which is some epic feed. And there's an indicator here, which is some epic fission reactor. And here there's an epic legs. Hey, Gaji, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thanks for the Let's Plays and tutorials. Took a break from Space Age after launch and getting back again. So been fun for long. Yeah, me too. Made around 5,500k, please. Yeah. 1 month and the fauna becomes part of the factory. Yep. So the idea is this thing here. This is coming in and oh, we did launch. Okay. Oh, there they are. Here we're launching 165,000 biter croissants at once. Because it's important. I've changed the concept here. Because I realized that the way to optimize this one is to have it produce as much of the time as possible. So I wanted to produce here, producing as much as possible. That means it needs to be getting stuff inbound. Oh, it's still not actually eject. Oh, this is the production, yeah. So now the works like this. They're getting this one in, and they're just waiting for landing. That actually means we need a lot more landing base, cargo base, because the constraint is now actually loading them onto the ship fast enough. Yeah, that sound is nice, isn't it? And then it starts working. But because we don't have any other ways, we are not actually sending more. You can see that says available in rocket silos. That's the same part of the space that starts filling up the rocket silos again. But when we hit, we are now actually trying to leave. As soon as this one goes, when all these are green, which it will be every 2,000, then it tries to leave, but it can't because it still has stuff inbound. So as long as there's stuff inbound, it can't leave. And therefore it is trying to leave now. It's just waiting for this one to receive all the inbound stuff. It's one sound, but it's like slightly off because of the different time they load, because of the different locations they have. So it's many times almost on top of each other. And then as the last one comes in, that's the last 12,500. Then we will see as this one goes up, as this one is done there. When this one gets up to 2,000, it should leave. Sometimes it doesn't, but it should. There we go. It left. And now it's going. And then I can go down here. And then all the stuff is now ejecting it out of these and putting it in here. Wasn't it this one? Yeah, this is Battle Nagara. That was the one who was coming in. Yeah, so they just take all of it and eject it in. And then it burns off. And then it's clean. So now there's no risk back on the planet. None of these are putting it into this. So they can't spawn at this point. And you're now heading out. I had to do it. I don't think I have to do it this way. But I'm going to do it this way because right now the next ship is coming in. And it is first ejecting all the promethium. Once all the promethium is ejected, then this one gets output. That means it sends a signal that it wants a portable fission reactor. That doesn't exist, but that triggers here. This mackerel, yes. Triggers here. If there is a request for a portable fission reactor, then it triggers the launching of another 165,000 rockets, which will then go out. Did you account for the time it takes? Yes, I did some tests, unfortunately. We can eject about 70,000 eggs in the time from the warning starts. This one when it counts to 100,000. Then, but the lower we lower it, the less we go up to the edge, the less eggs we can actually bring. So right now, planned or unplanned test. Well, it's in production, so I don't know what we can say. Stress tests. The one thing I still have an issue with is that I really wanted to come back with enough promethium so that it can produce continuously until it reverts. And if we look at it, if we look at the recipe here, then each 10 biter eggs is 25 promethium. So if I get 165,000 divided by 10 multiplied by 25, that means I need 412,000 promethium before I can, that's how much promethium I need to harvest or need to mine. Some of it is already here, which means that it starts producing immediately, and then it goes out as soon as it received it. You can see this one. This one is going out and it's already consumed quite a lot of this. Do you upload the start or of each episode or just the end of each to your page? End. The end of each live stream is what I upload. Love to know that just randomly the rest of the Overport network get 3 epic requests and scramble to find them. Yeah, I made sure that I don't have those, obviously. So that's why I made some random stuff like epics. I don't have epics, anything, and then some equipment that I definitely don't have as epic. So that's the intention of this. So this one, the best way of monitoring is actually like this. So this was the farming of the promethium, and then we left the area, then it flew home, and then it is at Navis, and then it started producing. So now it maintains the production here for a while. How long that while is a good question. And then you can see here it ran out of the stored promethium, and then it dropped down to match the consumption. So basically the speed by which we got the promethium, we harvested the promethium, was also limiting the speed by which we were crafting the here, right? So those two are correlated, same troughs and peaks. But that's not how it should look. If we look at this one is completely broken because I had this one for the test. I had this one enabled, so what happened is that it came home, got all the eggs, flew out, and by the time it was out, it had dumped all the eggs, and turn back, manually return back. This one is probably working. Let's see how far it is. Okay, there's none left. So now there are different phases of this. Also, there's a little bit of it. This one had issues as well, where it sort of dropped down, and then I think I had to eject because this is not enough. No, it's only 247,000, which is not enough. It should come home with 495,000 would be ideal. That would be the maximum it could get, but 470,000 is probably what it can realistically get. But this one here is getting enough. We have only 19,000 kilometers left out in the promethium area, and we're at 353,000 promethium. So this is a good amount of promethium we come home with. This one, it's a little bit low, I think. This one is also a little bit low. So what I need to do now is I need to figure out what is a good condition for when to turn the ship around when I'm sort of out in the promethium space. Because if I wait too long, it comes back, but it has too much material. And that means the trip out and the trip back is too long. If I do too little, then it comes back with too little promethium, and that means when it next starts the next cycle going out, then it runs out of promethium before it runs out of eggs, which means the eggs expire, which means panic time. So how is it? So I'm thinking that 20 minutes outbound, which sucks because that's also 20 minutes back again. And that means we have a problem. So because that means there's 20 minutes outbound and then back in, and then there's the rest. We actually should go back to this one because we now have everything we need. Yeah. Yeah, take care with those. Yeah, especially when you have 165,000 eggs. I can tell you that you get a different sort of sense of proportions, where it's like, oh, I barely have anything left. I only have 2,000 eggs, and then you realize, wait a minute, that's 2,000 biters that spawn right here. That's a little bit much. Doesn't matter how many things we have on board. I wish I had half your IQ. I sure as hell hope you have half my IQ. Otherwise, I am impressed by you being able to write that sentence. Well done, sir. Are you able to tie your shoelaces? If you are, then you have more than 2/3 of my IQ. At least, and I dare say probably more. I, for one, do not have shoelaces to tie because that is pushing it for me. I mean, I can do it, you know? I can do it, but I don't want to be straining myself to do that. And the first thing to attack is to hit with a ship that... I mean, it doesn't matter what they attack. When there's 2,000 of them, the biggest problem is that they spawn and it's just very dense. And then it just disappears. Builds half full is the way I do it. Admittedly, I really don't know if the rate of Prometheum collection is consistent in both halves of the journey. They are. It's the same. You can see this is a... That's something weird happened here. I don't know what. That's right when it stopped. Don't know. Maybe you should use items that under no circumstances can be accidentally produced at any point in the part of the upscaling process. Yeah, that's what I did. None of these can be produced, and if I wanted to produce it, I wouldn't produce it here. I'd produce it directly as legendary. I don't upcycle, so this is the safe way. Can your computer handle 2,000 biters spawning at once? Yes. And then it just deletes the platform, so yeah. I think that these half-empty belts, now they're empty, which is good, but the half-empty belts are the bigger issue. This is the closer one. So Battle Nagari is the one we monitor first. This is the one you can already see that this is going to be a problem. The Prometheum chunks is outputting, because if we look at the production rate or the consumption rate of eggs is, if you look at 1 minute, we're consuming 5.8 per minute. And yeah, we're also consuming 14,000 per minute. So if we look at how much is left, then that's 12 minutes left. 12 minutes left of this, and then in 12 minutes, is it receiving something? Yes, but how much is it receiving? So this is the concept. Dinner time, indeed. This is the concept, and I like the concept. What I want to do now is, we now know the parameters to optimize to make this ship better. Okay, so first of all, if we make it wider, it will capture more at the same distance. If we make it faster, it will faster get out, faster do the loop, and it will also faster get out to the more interesting parts where there's a higher density. So more width, more speed. Those are mutually exclusive. You can't really get that, but then I need more storage of this, because that's actually starting to be an issue when I want to store 500,000 of this, and some of this, and some of this, and also 30,000 of this. So we have, we're actually running out. Also, we need a lot more of this to just receive the biter eggs, because the biter eggs maybe takes 2 minutes of receiving time, and if that could be cut down to 1 minute, that's 1 minute of loop time we can get away with. Then I don't need as big of a storage as this. This storage is too big. So that can be cut down. So if I want to make it wider, this is why we have Devis down here, is going to be our little test bunny. A hammerhead shark ship. I don't think there's a point to it. Like if I make this wide here, then making this slim doesn't matter. And then I still have to make the tail wide as well, so it can be as wide as possible. So I don't think so. You have eggs on the trip out. That is not a variable on my ship. Yeah, but you have to have it. That's what my conclusion now is, that you have to have it, because the hard upper limit is the updates, and those are tanking. So I can't just build more ships. That means I have to make each ship as effective as possible. How do I make it as effective as possible? Then I do that by making it produce as much of the time as possible. In the first iteration, it was basically flying out, coming back, and then sitting over Navis, requesting some eggs, producing a little bit, requesting some eggs, producing a little bit, requesting some eggs, and producing a little bit, and so on. And then spent like an hour there, and then it flew out for another round trip of another hour. I was like, that's super inefficient, because then the round trip takes 2 hours, and it's only producing out of 1 hour of it, or maybe like, let's say it's a 45-minute round trip and then a 30-minute crafting time. So I'm like, could I take the 30-minute crafting time and sort of have that on the way out, and then also sort of on the way back, so that it can use the same time. So my objective is to have the ship produce continuously. And then we can always just say, okay, well, why do you not build bigger here? Well, I mean, if I'm using 14,000 Prometheum per minute, that's basically almost 4 belts that I'm using in here. Let's see, 14,000 divided by 60. That's minutes, and then 60 per belt. That's 4 belts, almost 4 belts. So if I made this bigger, then I would also have to get more than 4 belts inbound, which I don't have. So, like, it doesn't really do anything for me to... it's funny how this... It's here. Yeah. So... I think I want the same thing, but what we also see, and let's see, do we have anyone who's out there yet? Yeah, you're out there, but you're not really out there yet. What we actually have, and this is something I'm only now sort of realizing, I've also changed this a little bit, I think. No, this is not correct. Oh no. One of them is correct. Magmaril is correct. See, this one loops out here, so that this comes in from that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 go on one belt, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 go on the other belt. 4 cannot fill a full belt. Not even in the best of conditions, it just can't. So we're going to be doing something where we have an even number of here. I think 6 is the right number. If we have 6 going into one belt and 6 going into the other belt, then I think that works. I have one question, please. I unlocked legendary quality and my other bases are so bad. Novice still uses assemblers 2 with no beacons. Is it better to first build a high SPM base with normal quality on all planets, then work on legendary? Yes. If you have a shitty base, then don't go into quality. Quality is a resource sink, so don't do it unless you have an abundance of resources, and you definitely don't have an abundance of resources. It's sexy to get some legendary equipment, but you're not ready for it yet. You way too much railgun. 1 railgun every 4 collectors is enough. Yes, because here's the thing. This ship was designed for 2 things back in the earlier iterations. It was designed both to go to the Shattered Planet. This is also why we've completely overbuilt our ammo production, which we don't need. And then I've also built it because it's supposed to be handling the extreme case, and this was necessary close to the close to the Shattered Planet. So right now we can redo things, and then in a proper way where we design it not for Shattered Planet, but for a good trip out and a good trip back. That's the plan. So that's what Devis will do for us. We'll try to sort of be the new guy. So we're going to be redesigning this one from scratch. Not from scratch, from modules. I am thinking that since we're going to make the ship wider, I mean, now there's actually a thing that, do we need to make it wider? Because Nilamkin is probably correct about this. We could just do another design of this, where just redesign this this shape here. Let's just kill some of this. We can get that on the other side. There you go. I'm kind of thinking maybe I'm not going to go as extreme as... But if we could just alternate, then we would get way more. And we can just do the same shape
Your
here.
steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Old old sweat hand. Old sweat hand. Thank you for the 5 months.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Lightest Barberman, thank you for the
Praise
gift
the
sub. Railgun stacking, yeah, they shoot each other. They do that. Let's have a look at the ship out here. We need to get the ship out there where it's actually doing stuff. Also, by the way, these out here, look at the kills. 2.8 million kills. Yeah, 2.8 million kills is the highest number we have. Yeah, 2.8 million kills. That's pretty good. Okay, so we try to do something else. Then I'm gonna go over to something like this then. Have this as the pattern and see how that works. Okay, having all of this down here actually works surprisingly well. No. Ah, okay. That's not symmetrical at all. Why are they pointing outwards? But then this doesn't work. An alternative is this one. This would be more likely to be yeah. Couldn't it then be just like this? This goes in here, yeah. It's a lot less laser turrets. And this could be a little bit out. Then it might just be better to do this one and get... Doesn't really get us much more. Just gets us one more, actually. It's kind of underwhelming to get that extra space here. This one is tileable. Oh, no, I don't want to tile it like that. Oh, it's not tileable then. Because I don't want two of these next to each other. Ah. Yeah. One build out is enough? Yeah, if I can get that. But this has another issue that... I'm working my way to what you're saying, but I'm gonna work my way there in baby steps. Yeah, stackable. I don't like that it says that it's gonna hit that one. Isn't that weird? What? Huh. Yeah, but this is tileable. And then they consolidate on about 3 of these next to each other. I like this. Then I don't think I need it wider. Let's take a short break. And as usual, we're going to be looking at one of these as we go out. That's a good place. I will be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Right, welcome back. I have a bit of issues with the timer not starting. So the UPS hog is this one. I think it's a combination of all of these asteroids plus all these stupid belts. Let's do a look here. This one is now down to 53,000 and it's 79,000. So if we look at 79,000 times 3, that means I still need a hell of a lot more coming in before this one retires. But now things are starting to come in, not exactly at a full belt, but half full. Did know belts cost it too? Yeah, belts, half full belts are not great. Full belts are great. And this one is like, all of it is half full belt. Well, not right now. Now it's stacked up, but eventually. Yeah. So, yeah, this one's fine. And Pitbull, Pieball, thank you for the 17 months. So they actually have empty. Well, or they're half full. They're full. It doesn't look like the grabbers miss a lot of red chunks right now. No, they don't. But they're also not. This is only 162,000 outbound. They do miss it once they get out to 300,000 plus. Then they can't keep up. You can basically see how long they extend outwards. And then they get something inbound. As they get more higher density promethium, then they extend shorter out and go back. And in the end, they're just like grabbing right in front, and then a lot of things are missing. So we can see it's slowly getting more. But when we get to like 200,000, 250, let's try to check in at some point, because I'm also curious about when this is turning around, because it's been flying. I don't know. This is 20 minutes out. Good. And there's here. So let's try and see this pattern. I think that's a good pattern. Oops. We also have these down here. These are like the absolute emergency. Well, they do actually have pretty good reach. I could also put them in here. No, this is maxed out. But it could. I could do this, and that would allow all of these to shunt one down. No. Shunt one down. Get replaced with these. Why do you sideload an underground at the grabber? I can also do that. I just like the other. I got used to the other one. Yeah, that's nicer. I like this. So, now the question becomes, how do we put this in the middle? We can do it this way, but then there's going to be 2 of those in a row. Or I can do it kind of off center, and then it'll be all messed up. So I think that in the name of my sanity, I can't delete the corner because the corner is pretty damn awesome. I'm going to do this. And then in the middle, I'll have an exception for having 2. And then I'll argue that, oh, that's because it's the middle and the blah, 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 whatever. That's just my... yeah. Okay, so this corner... They don't need this anymore. I like the corner a lot. This is still the same, so that's good. This one is a mystery. Oh, that's something out here on the side. So how many do we have now? You are stuck at... Nowis? Yes. So you are getting stuff inbound. But then the belt doesn't tile. The belt tiles... Oh. What do you mean by the belt doesn't tile? Oh, right, shit, that's true. Crap. Well, if I mirror one half of it, then it does. I'm just gonna wait for this to come in. Okay, good. Then it works, except I just have to rotate all of these. Funny how these don't want to stay here. This is a pretty good attachment, right? Go down here. It's in this too. This for these 2. Okay, so how many do we have on one side? Counting asteroid thingies. 17. What a perfect number. 17. Fuck. I don't want 17. I want anything but 17. 16? 18 would be fine. No, not 19. Well, 19 is the dimension of the angels, so, Put lasers on the ends of the red inserters so that you don't have a space. At the ends of red inserters. I don't know what that means. Ends of red inserters. Yeah, so I need an even number. This one fits so perfectly. Smoothly going in here. These 3 are good. This is good. This is good. Not because it's particularly a prime, but just that it's an odd number. Because that means, like, if I need half on one and half on the other one, which one is going to be... Maybe it is evident, actually, because it's these 9 go together, and then these 8 go... Yeah, okay. That's how it is. Just trying to figure out what it is. This is the belt outsert belt. So this has to... Where is this one going to? I don't know what this is. Oh, this is something that's supposed to match. Ah, okay. This is actually the... Oh, funny how that goes this way. Oh, it's because I rotated it. Okay. There. This needs to go where? This is the ammo belt. So that needs to go into here. This one. Which is that. Good. So now that's connected. This one is the Promethean belt. That has to merge. That's connected to this one. So definitely not like this. That's one. I think. And then these three. And this is just weird. Okay. Do I like this? Does it feel better to do it this way? Not really. Finding that you can stuff basically everything you want besides eggs around a single beacon. Huh? Putting together a bot Glabber build partially because it's easy to wrangle than belts for low throughput bases and partially to have a destination for decon fruit. Yeah, good luck with that. I don't think it's a good idea. But we've been through that before. And that is just my humble opinion. Good. So. Does it work? I think it does. But of course I do, because I built it. Like, that's a minimal change here, which is really nice. I like minimal changes. Let's see if we can get that on the other side as well. And this one, we take it out. So it gets a little wider, which might be an issue for these, but... Okay, so now I need to kind of mirror it. And then realize that some of it has to be the other way around. Okay, this goes that way. This is returning to here. And then that one, oh. And that continues cycling around. Okay. Also important. So this is actually a minor change that gets us a hell of a lot more collection. Still maxing out at 2 belts. Then what I want is I want more fuel. I want less storage. So I also want a lot more of this storage. So how would I get a lot more of this storage? Like a lot more. Like a lot more. That's weird. Because Oh, this also has like a really weird thing here. Yeah, that's half of something. Yeah. I think you should make it twice wider. Do you want the rest wider as well? Yeah, that's the problem. The only thing I want the rest wider for is that these on the side can actually pick up something. Because I'm not picking up anything on the front for normal resources. Only the side resources that get resources like this one. Collected. I do think there's a good argument for making it bigger now that we have the opportunity. How's the 1 SPM overall? Nothing right now, but it's when I get something, then it works. Let's battle Nagari. Where are you now? You are at... Okay, so now I think we're starting to 33,000, and this is at 10,000, so it's getting a little bit dicey. What about Magmarel here? This is very problematic. Yeah, because now we're only getting it inbound, and we are producing it only at the rate here. Which means that this is going to be getting into disaster mode, because I am now only consuming 3.8 per second or per minute, and there are 48,000, so 4 per minute. That means this is 16 minutes, and we have only 8 minutes left. So suddenly we're going to be in panic, and then see how the emergency system works. But that's because this one had not enough going out here. And let's see how close it is to the emergency. 77. So still a long way off. And this one will get more. This one, you're at 83,000. It counts to 100,000 ticks. And 100,000 ticks divided by 60 ticks per second, divided by 60 seconds per minute, divided by 60 minutes per hour. Okay, that's silly. 27 minutes and 27 minutes point something. That means there's 2 minutes and a little bit to get rid of the rest. That should be enough. Yeah, no, I understand you said double the width. That's also, I think that's a good idea. I don't know if it's double, but at least 50% wider might be a good idea. That also gives us room for more storage boxes in the middle. Yeah, so this one is starting to really... I also want to babysit this a little bit. See, we're now out with 340,000, so let's see if this one can collect. Now you can see how we see red stuff is falling in here, so problematic. Or we're losing stuff. Nothing is based on wall clock. There's only one clock, and that's the tick clock in Factorio. So otherwise it would be impossible to do it. So this is, the ticks are just slower now. There are fewer ticks per second. So this one is like, okay, so this is 5 minutes away, which means it's, since it's running at almost half speed, that is maybe like 9 minutes away from disaster. 8-9 minutes. And this one, 87,000. But I'm not worried about this one. This will have like 20,000 eggs, maximum probably like 15,000 eggs that it's in eject. That's not a problem. More on the Magmarel here, where it will have more closer to 40,000, maybe 35,000 eggs that we need to eject, which is cutting it a little close, but I like it. Let's remember to save. And Barthak is just chugging along. It just barely got out here. Still not enough here. Right, We'll leave that a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So let's. I like the corner here. Let's sort of cut the corner. Okay. So this is now 1, 2 wide, and the casino ship is wider. Oh, why is it also not up there? So then we get it 1 wider, and then 2, right? That makes it double twice as wide. So do we make it that? It's also going to be slower. Like our casino ship running at max speed is 440. That's still faster. So, okay, we can probably get up there at a decent speed. Let's do this, just because. Is there here a soul who can remind me where the masterclass blueprints are? Patreon. There are 2 posts on Patreon. One for masterclass, one for Megabase, and I update those independently. Or Discord. But that screws this. You know what? It's not a good idea. Because then I'm gonna get too much. Like, I'm gonna have way too much capacity to get this out here. I don't think it makes sense to make it this wide. Because then I would have to increase the size of this one, which doesn't make sense to me. And I do like having 2 belts in here on either side. And if I extend it too much, then I won't be able to have 2 belts. Because it'll be... yeah. I'm gonna do this. Oh, hold on. But shouldn't I make the whole thing a little bit further north? Yeah, I think I should. This one is... Is this one safe to remove? I don't know. Okay. And then move the whole thing 1 up. Maybe this can go a little bit further out. Like this. It just looks nicer. This is the ammo belt. No, then I lose this. No, I can't do it. Because you can still get from this location that goes around down there. Yeah. Then it's a straight line. I like that. Don't need this anymore. And up there. Oh. Okay, something got messed up here. Okay, I think this is good. Let's see how many we have on one side. 23. Stupid prime numbers. Okay, so that's 12 here, plus 11 here. Yes, alright. That's pretty much the same thing. Okay, why is having a small... because you can only have a small base like that. You cannot never have a... You will be stuck with a small base because you can never get it to a big base. There. And this one. We do need to get this over... and then one up. It could be one more up. Like, that gap is not good. Yeah. Oh, there you go. And 1.5, 1.3, 1.2. And the warning stops. And it ejects. Lots of croissants into space. And of course, since these are stack inserters, they have to. I tried it without stack inserters. Does not work. But since they're stack inserters, then they will have some idle parts here. Presumably. So, this one, right? I don't mind that this spawns. We have so many turrets around here that they can easily take care of it when they spawn. And this one's also done. Dun, dun, dun. How much time does it spawn? 1 minute. So we could actually have let it go closer because it ejects pretty damn quickly. Okay. And what about Magmaril is much more concerning because we have 23,000. That's actually been doing really well. We're down to that part. But this one is also almost at the 20-minute mark. Battle Nagari is also at the... is actually heading home now. Ooh. But 400,000 kilometers home, which is probably going to be like 20 minutes home. Read belt set filter. I'm gonna try to open this one. It sounds correct. Let's try it. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe you're killing me off here. This one is still flying outbound, but not for long. Very interesting to see how far it goes out in 20 minutes. I mean, this will not be a big surprise when it flies at 355. I would have read the belt immediately. I just wonder if anything is on here on this belt. Then set that, because it's either there or it's not. The purpose of this one, this is belt weaving. It sucks, but it's the only way. I'm gonna be babysitting this one until it blows up in a second. And we're at 18,000. 17,000. Go, go, go! And these ones have now. Go, 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 go! Reduce stack size, I don't want to do that. And 10,000. You can make the time threshold to be calculated based on the number of X in storage and ejecting speed. Yes, I can. But then that is one of those solutions I would always argue against as a product manager, because you've added a lot of complexity for absolutely no gain. And complexity makes the system more fragile. And why? Yeah, I could get a little bit more. I could let this run a little bit more. I have thought about it, and then I came to the conclusion that it didn't really seem that important. Blah, and then it ejected. That's a good point. I like it. Thank you. Good suggestion. This one. Okay, back to Davis. Here. So this is the front. Hopefully it doesn't fall off. And I'm going to take you. Opening this one. This looks so weird. There we go. That looks better. That's a flat front. Boom. That looks weird. And that's also how it hangs off on the other side. Okay. So, this was not supposed to be there. That gets here. And then I get the whole thing moved out. No. There. And then this whole thing out to there. That should be symmetric. And then it's a matter of cleaning up these lines. What is this one? This is the railgun ammo. Well, just the ammo. Ammo belt. This is the ammo belt. How is that completely different from the other? Oh, this one got two further out, right? Yes. So this line goes straight down. Means this line goes straight down, but there's only two, and then yeah, okay, two, and then this one starts. Okay, so I'm going to take there. I like it. Whew. And then this thing here. I don't know how close I... Autosave, nice. Don't like this one, honestly. It's confusing. Okay, I haven't sorted this one out. But my intention is that I'm going to take this part and sort of push it out to the side, leaving a lot more space around this for the cargo base. That's my intention. On playing any mods in the not so distant future? No. No interest at all. Okay, so we start from this one. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. F7. Kill that stupid music. Right, so now this is this. This. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So these 4 go into the one belt, and the other 3, 1, 2, 3, and this one out here go into the other belt, and then they balance out. Good. Whew. All right. It's something. I feel that something is missing. Oh yeah, okay, something is definitely missing. Okay, this was too good to be true, obviously. Ah! Uh-huh. And then what if this goes up here? And that one could go here, and that would mean you could go out. Let's go into this one. Got a little bit compacted. Might also just be, is this really necessary? Feels wrong though. How does it work over here? Oh, I haven't done it, that's why. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're flying out 300,000. These two are returning. Let's see how much they return with. That'll be sort of an indicator of this, whether this is a good idea or not. Yeah, this has the same issue. Because it needs to go in here. Maybe the easiest is just killing this one. I think that works. I mean, there's so much shooty up here that it's... And these are also they're just normal turrets, while these are legendaries. Okay. These are also legendaries. They're probably shooting a lot where they shouldn't be, but whatever. Woo! Oh, right. Go. I don't think this works. I think that they can't really close these holes themselves. Can they? Maybe. And then once the whole thing is moved out, then I can take this one and move out, and then we can start figuring out what else we have room for. There might be a cleaner way to do this. Okay, so let's see. Is stuff coming in? Yes, 1.4. That should not be a problem. Okay, we can spend the time. Resource productivity is very dead because we're waiting for Battle Nagara to come back. And you can see that's the issue. So we just let something else roll a little bit. That's just clever, being clever. And this one is accruing up to 125. We want to see how much it gets to by the time it gets back. Because if it gets to 250,000... Oh, actually, let's see. I want to see if this one ran out. It actually did run out. Like, it dropped down here, and that's why it ejected some biter eggs. So it came out with 250. So we need to come back with more than 250. Here's also another thing. Like, let's say we came back with 250, and then we do another round trip, and we try to match it, but we consume the 250, and then we start consuming some of the stuff that would otherwise be on the buffer for the next round, which means that if we give a little bit more buffer, then maybe it would actually sort of, maybe on the whole trip it collects. Actually, can we see how much it collects? We should be able to on something that has a full cycle. You don't have a full cycle, do you? No. It has to be something that has only a full cycle, actually. Damn. Because then we could actually see how much it consumed. It has in the last hour. Once it sort of gets to a point where there's only one blob out there, then we can say, okay, that's how much. What's your opinion about rebuilding now is after visiting all planets? Because when you get Science Casino, you produce all items on Volcanus. I'm still trying to figure out what to produce on what planet. I will answer that by showing you my red circuit build on Nauvis. And this is at a Megabase running at somewhere between 1 and 2 million. I have not touched this since I left Nauvis, and there's really no reason to. And it's embarrassing. It gets more embarrassing when you look at the green ones, because fuck it, I didn't bother. It's completely useless. Then you need to overhaul it completely. Plastic also sucks. Like, everything sucks. Then you can start overhauling it, but then you need to start getting resources in. It was kind of the point. Yes, it was kind of the point, but it's still, you just want to look at new content. Yeah, but I'm also saying, like, even with 570 hours, it has never been the most important thing to go back to Nauvis and optimize it, even now. So that just shows how low of a priority it is. One of that. Whoops, this is not it. Come on, little one. You can do it one at a time. And once that's done, then we can start taking this one. Ooh, that might not be a great idea, what I just did here. Nope, because I don't want this one to be part of the design. Because then I'm forced to, I can't move it one tile at a time, I can only move it 2 tiles at a time. So, that was here. There. Do I also want to move this 1 tile up? Something didn't get copied correctly. Oh, right, there's something missing. This one has fallen out. Hello, there we go. Don't forget your carbonic crusher. Yeah, but we need the whole thing. It's just one thing at a time. I don't think it can resolve this itself. Resolve. Resolve. No, you're fine. You're just slow. That goes back. Bringing biters on the way out adds a lot of complexity and danger. Just to add 5% more capacity of science per trip. Is it really worth it? You could achieve the same gain by stretching the belt storage by a few tiles without risking transporting belts. No. Because then what you're saying is it's a whole thing. Because I thought the same thing, but it falls at a fundamental thing. I go out and pick up 500,000 biter eggs, or 500,000 promethium. Then I come back. Then what? Then I have to park over Narvis, get biters up, produce, drop it down. Get it up, produce, drop it down. Now I'm parking my spaceship over Narvis for a long time. Like, the loop is now 1 hour out, 1 hour loop, and then 1 hour crafting, or let's say 30 minutes of crafting. That means by doing it one thing and then the other thing, you have a 1.5 hour loop. That means you need 50% more ships. I can't do 50% more ships because they're the ones that killing my updates. So what I need is I need to have each ship being producing as much as possible. And the way that I get it to produce as much as possible is to have it while it's flying out and collecting and coming back, it's also producing. That's why. So if under normal circumstances, you could say, oh, just get another ship. Yeah, but that's not really an option with these kind of ships. Not because the fixed cost is too expensive, but they are really expensive having out and flying out and about and flying. And since you can't have, let's say I have 6 ships, then I would have, okay, but if I have 6 ships and 4 of them are out flying and 2 of them are waiting, shouldn't that be fine? Yeah, but that's not how it works. It'll end up being 6 ships out flying and then I don't have any updates. So this is why I'm at this point optimizing for updates with these ships because they are so intense. It seems like such a small amount to produce in advance that it doesn't really matter. I don't know where you got the 5% from. I'm launching 495,000 eggs. Each ship is requesting 165,000 eggs, which will be producing 495,000 promethium science before it gets back. That means when it comes back, it drops handily up to 500,000 science immediately. So it's not a small amount. It's a quite monstrous amount. But it also requires that you have a pretty decent ship and a 990 launchers just sending riders to space. Oh, there we go. Panic. And then this happens. Okay, that's only 2,000. That's perfect. This is what I would expect it to see every time. Like, there will be a little bit of panic. And then 265,000 promethium, and then it starts turning around, or it is actually turning around. Ooh, nice, it's actually turning around. Sweet. This one still has a long way to go. That's why. So it's not a small amount that is produced. It's a pretty significant amount. Yeah, so that's a hell of a lot of extra space we suddenly got here. Whew. Do the ships really still kill UPS even if they're above Navis? No, they're not. But I can't control, this is what I said, I can't control which ships are going out and which ships are staying home. There's no sort of ship control that's saying, oh, 4 of them, 2 of them must be at this station or at the Novice. So that means that if I have 6 ships, then sometimes all 6 ships will be out, and sometimes all 6 ships will be home. And that means that I'm gonna have issues times when I just can't play the game. So they don't consume it here, but if say each ship consumes 5 updates, I don't know, just rough numbers, then if I have a variation between the most idle time and the most busy time of 30 updates that I lose or have available, and that's not great in my opinion. So I can definitely get a lot more launching here. Then another question about this would be, not should I? Well, it's because of course I should. I kind of wanted to go out on both sides, but then these are as fast as they need to be. They can consume. Okay, none of them are producing right now, so. So this one could actually get 2 closer. Now, I don't think this really needs to be this close or this tight here. I think once we are up in this realm, it's gonna be fine. Yeah. Now, I think I want to have this this build here actually just only the short end, but that might be not enough. Let's have a look. This is the repeatable pattern. So if I only look at the repeatable pattern, $900, $920. There, 920. Okay, so this number, I have 541,000 is the maximum we can store right now, divided by 4. So each one of those can store about that. Let's say 135. So what I have in this blueprint, oh, I just pasted the blueprint here in this glorious shitty blueprint here, is 135,000. And what do I want? I want, since I can harvest faster, I need less buffer, right? If I fly faster, I need less buffer because I'm not producing faster. I'm not consuming them faster. It also could argue that then I need bigger buffer because then I can actually fill up the buffer faster. Have to stay around Novice for the minimum amount of time. Maybe you can leave Novice when the amount of chunks is still greater than 0. What? I do that. I would like to leave Novice with 300,000. Yeah, this is not enough. I don't think this gets... well, it's 80,000 kilometers still. This one's definitely gonna be good. The Battle Nagari might be a little bit low for the next cycle, but I think it's gonna be fine for the next cycle because that's a long way back. So here's another concerning calculation. If I want 1 million signs per minute, yeah, then how much signs per second is that of each of the sciences? Well, first we divide it by 60. Then we get how much it is in raw science per second. Then we divide it by 2 because biolabs are factor 2. Then I divide it by the productivity. That's 8.8 at this point. There. That means I need 947 per second. Cool. So when I get home with a good ship like this one, this has been really doing its job. I come home with 46,000 there, and then I divide it by how much is consumed per second. Then that's 489 seconds divided by 60. That gives me every 8 minutes. So that means this ship coming home can last for 8 minutes. And the round trip is an hour? So it doesn't work. So this, even if these three are working flawlessly with the way that they're working now, they're just not going to cut it. So I need to make a better ship, which is what we're doing now. Yeah. So that's a little bit disheartening. But alas, that is what it is. So you need 10 ships. Or I need better ships. So hopefully this will be a better ship. You need better or more ship? More ship is not an option. Better ships, yes. So let's build this structure and then see if we can find a better way to eject. I think we might be able to just eject it directly from the side. Yeah. Come on, one at a time. Nice and slow. But this is why I left this for the last thing, because it might be an unsolvable problem. But we're gonna do our damnedest to solve the problem. I'm aware. Come on. And also, yeah, 34 updates. This one's almost home. We want to see how much it has when it comes up. Ooh, 201,000? That's not much. It's not really increasing, is it? Why is it not really increasing? We're barely getting any of this anymore. Yeah, we're barely getting any. So this is clearly not enough. Coming back with 210,000, not good. Why can I not go? Oh, because it's 200. 250. There. I'm actually going to send you out on a little bit of an extra journey because I wanted to top it up coming back. Okay, remove asteroid particles mod. No, I'm not. Okay, that's definitely something. That does, since that doesn't do anything except, yeah, asteroid particles. Fleet that flies less far but faster. That's also what we're building. We're building a wider ship that collects more and with more thrusters to fly faster. So that is the path we're going now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna let you actually collect a little bit more until you get to 250. Funny how it dropped. Like, that doesn't make any sense why it dropped. There must be some part of this network that isn't belted or signaled properly, since it can sort of decrease, because we didn't lose anything. It's just somehow it fell out of the count somehow. Whatever. That means also you're gonna come back faster. Yeah, you're 218. That's not gonna be too much, but it'll be. Only graphics, yes. Should we try that mod as we take a little break here? Well, it should have saved when I got back. Well, I'll take another save then. This one's out here where it's busy. Okay, be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's take a save. Oh, actually, let's look at this one here and do that. So this is 33 when at this point. Remove. Huh. Explore. Remove what? Remove something with particles. Remove weapon particles. Some troop phones of Prometheum ships. Remove asteroid particles. And then I'm like, where? That one. We'll try the other one as well. We'll try it. Confirm. And restart. So it was 33 when looking at the ship that was out in the worst possible place. This one I don't know how to get rid of that. I mean, I got 2 updates out of this. 3 updates, 4 updates maybe. 3, 4. It was 33 and now it's 37. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. Okay, it definitely got something. It's not a trivial amount. Thank you. Whew. We're in the shuffling parts here. Oops. Oh no. Yeah, and then they lose their connection now. I have to be mindful of that. You need a better PC. Or maybe I just need to not stream. That's also an option. Because then I can also save some updates. if I don't need to stream at the same time. Please, ships. I wanted to ask you how you launch Biter X from Novice. Yeah, I have a pretty cool way of came up with some time ago. It's a very discreet. This is our Biter launching facility. It launches a modest 990 rocket silos full of biters, so that's about a 500,000 Biter X. The important part is that this part. Biters do not spoil when they're inside their hatchery. So you keep them inside the hatchery until you're ready to launch them. That's the most important thing. How you want to do it, you have a million different ways of doing that, but that is the key. So you need 5 biter nests around 1 rocket silo. When you have that, then you can launch. Then you can just trigger. Stack inserters will move these in here pretty quickly, and then it'll launch. Yay! And that's the core idea. Keep them in here. Only put them in here when you're about to launch. So in order for that, then you need to make sure that you know when to launch. Well, you can also say that there is a demand. The way that you can do it is this one, read orbital requests. So you can say when there is a request for eggs, then you can start sending them. But then we get a little bit more complicated here because we have 3 ships and they are dedicated launching facilities for each ship. So I have to come up with this really crazy token system for figuring out how to do this. Yeah. But in feasible, it would be fun to eject the biter X into the exhaust pipe. Yes. A little bit complicated to get it done. Right, you're working good. So let's move this one out. I did not move it up. Good. So this one will not move up either. But something else moved up. That's interesting. Fun. This one. I don't know where you go, but you need to go somewhere. Just trying to get it like as close to the same, and then all of this part here will then go somewhere else. I think that what I want to do is I want to move this one over on... Oh, I can't get it on that side entirely. Okay. This the little loop to keep track of something, and this could be... Really dislike the fact that I can't put it on one side, but this is... Oh, that's also incorrect. This is not correct. This is the old school way. And pause thrust. Okay, good. This is better because this has moved it a little bit out, so it's a little bit faster. I love the tokens, but I think I'd have gone with varieties of quality landfill for ease of production myself. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, but you just use whatever you feel like. So if I do this... So this is nice, but then I won't be able to get into this space here. Also, this is not the greatest place because it's actually overlapping both this and this. So if I did something like this here, I'd also have to slide it down. And then I'd have to, again, slide it up here. I mean, it's doable, but it sure as hell is ugly. The fact that I first have to move it up and then move it down. Now I asked myself, should I move this one tile up? And then I can kind of look at it and go, yeah, I should have. I definitely should have. This one can also be moved up a little bit. Okay, so let's try that. Ugh. One up. So that's at least a straight line in. Good. That's just so much things that are just weird. This one, the other one has to be moved as well. But this, for some reason, it has double lines here, which is really odd. Or maybe it's the inside that's odd, is it? I think the inside is odd. This looks better. But this could also be moved. If I move it 2 up, then it doesn't have to have any kinks. And you know me, I'm vanilla as can be. That sucks, because now the power is out. I'm gonna have to find a way to get it back online. That's not gonna work. Protect before moving. Good idea. Oops. Is that requested? No. Oh, we don't even have any more of this. I'm not going to request this, but this one, I'll just... There. This one should be requesting all the time. And then we need solar panels. A lot of solar panels. There you go. 100 solar panels on this side. No. $200 solar panels. Fine. Hopefully that'll be enough. Assuming you could go up. I like this belt now. That's really straight out here, except for this part is still like wiggly as hell, but this is better. It very much feels samey as before, and this one can now be the same spot as before, which is also a good thing. This thing here doesn't exist yet, which is for the controls here, but I can squeeze it in here. And then we don't have the lasers, but yeah, then we don't need that, right? This is the manual. This is the one that detects if we're actually out. This is weird. What's this one actually doing? Does that make sense anymore? Is this what? Oh, it's because no, I don't think that matters at all. That's the manual button here, which goes. That's funny because that shouldn't that be a red one? No. There. If I turn it on, these turn on. Actually, this should be greater than or equal to 1, because that otherwise it sucks. If I manually set it to eject and the timer's up, then it won't eject because it's now 2 signals instead of 1. And then I'm missing some input here. To tell us if we are 3. Yes, we are. So the counter shouldn't start. There. And we are powered again. Well, not really, because these don't have any fluids. Are you still flying? Oh, right. How far are you out? That's really far. Just get back here. Okay. But Magmarel is coming home very, very soon with 432,000. It's not nothing. So for anyone who's been sort of asking about how does it work. So Magmarel coming back. When it comes in, it'll eject all the promethium. When the promethium is less than 1,000, then it will eject the portable fission reactor. And that means this one will register as a request. We monitor that request here. That was Barthak coming in. No, it's Magmarel. Here. We're monitoring if there's a request for this. Yes. And we have less than 500,000. Yes. Then we instantly allow all of these to fill up one rocket. And then it launches. And then it launches. And then it launches. And then it launches some more. And then it launches a little bit more. And then we're good. That's 165,000 Bidrex being launched into space up here. So you are not producing standing in orbit anymore. Correct. We just get it in. As soon as we get in, we're off. Because the time production that just goes into the next cycle. And that means we can also just switch this one back online. And then we have this issue now of receiving this. Jump scare again, in case you missed it. Because the amount we get in here is, what is that? 31,000. Like what I wanted to do, but I'm worried that if multiple ships are in orbit, the launchers would be weird. This is why I multiplied all the launchers in 3, and they come in and get one sequence of launch, and then it's full. So they would have to be exactly at the same time. And even then, it would still launch the same amount. It would just be maybe like, oh, some goes there and some goes there, but they need the same amount and they're off. Like only to then be sad about my mess. Yeah, well, this mess has also 570 hours and a little bit of experience in it. So this one just keeps getting. This is why I need more cargo bays, because right now this is cargo bay constrained. It's another 31,000. And now it's down to, yeah, 12 and a half. So one more batch coming in. Last batch, which is a half batch. There we go. That's the one. Then as we see this one go, then when this one switches over to green, which it will as soon as this one gets to 2,000, because it ejects at 2,000, and then it's off. Go. And now we're towards the shattered planet. So that sequence could be shortened by... Wow, this is low already. Yeah, the sequence could be shortened quite significantly by having more launchers or more cargo bays. And this was definitely not enough. We came back with 250,000 or something. That was not enough. This is coming back. We should actually come back with 300,000. Not bad, not good. So we need a better ship. Ta-da! Better ship it is. This is a nice little chunky boy here. I'm wondering, see, this is actually the width we can make it. We can't really make it wider than this meaningfully. Like, getting an extra one of these out here isn't really doing anything. Well, it would actually be doing something if I was getting 3 lanes in. Oh, no. There were quite a few available on X. Those get burned. Yes. I have that here. Then I have 2 conditions. There's the start condition, that means launch, which is, do we have less than 500,000 in here? And the other condition is this the spaceship that's available? Then we have a trash location, a trash one. That means, do we have no more biters requested in orbit? Or do we have more than 500,000? I don't think I like this 500,000. I think that should be like 1 million actually. But it's a pain in the ass to fix that so many times. Oh, you know what? You know what's fun with this thing? Not having enough bioflux. Because what happens if I don't have enough bioflux? All of these stuff and all those flip. And then some idiot has to run around with a billion cargo bot rockets and just shoot them manually so that they convert back while desperately trying to ship more bioflux in. Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, that would suck if that happened. Good thing we are aware of that, so that doesn't happen, because we are, yeah, cognizant of the risk. Right. Okay, well. Add rockets? Yeah, there's not enough room in the city block, but I did that for the other build. I'm aware, but I didn't have the space for it. I mean, maybe I had, but I didn't. Okay. So here's the problem, or here's the next challenge. We have, for this half, 23. Why not 24? I don't know, but it's not 24, right? It's not. So that would mean, what if we could have, I can't do, because it'll have to be, could I have this in on 3 belts? That's the question. Because if I could have it in on 3 belts, I could also get it into 3 storage locations, like 1, 2, 3. And then it could go down here, and then I could always just merge it back to fewer lanes. Make 3 lanes into storage per side. Yeah, but that's what I want, but it's not easy to split. But it's from here, right? Then it would have to be like these 2. That's 1 belt. That's 2 belts. That's 3 belts. And then that's 4 belts. That's the best way I can do. Otherwise it would be 1, 2, 3. That's a big difference. Maybe that's still better. Yeah, a 4 to 3 bounce or 3 by 3. A late game tech that allows bioflux from fish, for example, would be amazing quality of. Yeah, but it also would be, I think it would be super imbalanced, and because it fixes, it just means, please give us a tech so I don't have to go to Gleba. That's basically what you're saying, which I totally understand, but that's, I also understand why they don't want to give you that. This I have to address later on, but I think I want to get. Oh no, this one has to move up, right? Ah, I'm lack of space. No, just the fact that I moved this up is now causing all sorts of other cascading problems. Funny how that works. One, 2, 3. One. One, 2, 3. One, 2. No, that's the stuff that also has to move up. Let's move this up first, otherwise I get confused. Oh, that's complicated. Smash. There. So that's the 3 inbounds. And the only thing we now miss is this one. Ugh. That's not pretty. Oh, it can't do this. Oh. I mean, this one can go here. Then it's probably just easier to go here. And then a 3x3 splitter, what does that look like? I think it looks more than 4 tiles wide. No, that's as long as we don't need the throughput unlimited, then it should be. No, it's 5 tiles wide, you idiot. Urgh. Damn it. This is even wider. Yeah. So. Don't know what this is. Oh, right. I know where that is. That is something that got shifted one up. There's gonna be so many small things that are broken. Bothers me a little bit that, you know, the whole thing here, the whole freaking thing should be moved 1 tile in. Yep. All of this. So much better, I think. This is weird. Oh, right, this is supposed to be matching that one. Oh, it gets even better. It gets even better. So these 3 are now separated a little bit. Nice. Now this one's like, can I just move it 1 tile down? No. No. No more moving tiles here and there. Okay, I like. Yeah, the 4x4, but then I would need to move the whole thing again, and I don't want to do that. Yeah. Okay, so now we have 3 lanes in. I do need it to split somewhere. Hello, Mark. Good evening. Good to see you. Oh, that's disgusting. Why is it so bad, actually? I don't understand why it's so bad. You. Why is that? Like, we're not missing anything. Except for the pink science somehow. Like, we do have enough of every science. So why is the... Maybe it's... Okay, I think the answer is that it's simply taking a while to propagate all the way down here if we sort of follow it to the line. No, that's fine. What else could it be? Maybe it's just cleaning out some old organic science. I'm just looking at anything that isn't fully saturated. It looks like everything is fully saturated. Everything has full lanes. It's a little bit hard to debug this. I'm just looking for anything that isn't full. But nothing is not full, so that's weird. Like, everything's working, spinning, happy. Then why are you so slow? Oh, okay, so it's not so slow anymore. It's getting there. It's getting there. Come on, you can do it. I know you can. I have faith in you, my friend. You can do this, just for us. Or for Mark, who came in. Are we improving the red asteroid chip? Yes, we are. Now that we know what it needs to be. It needs to be wider, faster, more storage, More storage, normal storage, less belt storage. And ta-da! Just a little bit. It got to the 1 million signs per minute. But it's probably not keeping up. Although, this one is coming in with another 465,000. Yeah, time to quit. And Magmarel is heading out now, but already running out. This is going to be a disastrous ship. This is not going to get us enough, but we are working on a improvement. How much does this one get? 350. That's a good number. So it's basically 2 million effective SPM since the research productivity is... No, it's not. Because you just need twice as many because it's half as fast. If I switch to one of the other ones, it can run at 2 million until it runs out of resource. Because 2 million also requires 1920 signs per second, and I don't have that. So it'll burn through the stockpile, and then it'll be purple signs that runs out first. So it'll run for a little bit at 2 million, but not long. But this one is sustainable with everything except sort of, yeah, the Prometheum. And also the, here, this one. I'm not producing enough to make 2 million signs per minute, but it can burn through the buffers and then it'll be fine. This is empty, so it's perfect. Oh, Barthik. Hello. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. This one also would launch faster. And then it activates. It activates. Barthik. Launching biters. Alright, these ones already left. That's a lot. And then you're sitting here waiting. So the reason why it says the available in rocket silo flickers is because it inserts and then it burns. Insert, burns, insert, burned until it reaches, this one is this left. $189,000 is very low coming in. The cave and design master casino, it is so much better than recycling it for quality on Fagora. It is. So much better. So much so that you understand why it's getting nerfed. 2 quality modules are surprisingly good. The legendary Mark II quality module. Better than epic Mark III's and much cheaper to build. Yeah, they absolutely. But I mean, it's a great way to get started. But there is, the casino really wants to have the best. The bestest of the bestest. Okay, so how big do we want this? Definitely not this big. I guess this is also where we do the there. 3-3 Banza. I mean, there is room for it here. I just need to sort of... Oh, could I? Could I? Couldn't I? Right. That's good. I love this part where you just sort of tinker, and then slowly things get a little bit better. Okay, let's get this part out. So each row is 135,000. If I cut it to maybe this size, then each one is 100,000. And then I suddenly have 6 instead of 4. That's 600,000. That's way too much. If I then maybe cut it down to this size. Yeah, I think I'll cut it to the size that actually is available right now. And then we'll take it from there. You killed the collector. Yeah, we also have killed all of the connections, so that's a... And this one apparently also got killed somehow. You coming in? Yes, 100. I don't know what this area is for. Maybe just more of these. Yeah, why not? Just barely not able to. This one also has to be fixed afterwards, which is a little bit more difficult since it has more stuff going on. But I need this. Come on. Go, go, go. Okay, they are coming in. So... I think I want to move the whole thing a little bit out so that I get 6 lines in here. And then it's up here that I do the 6-to-4 splitter. Please let that be a little nice. It's not nice. I remember that. Yeah, why did we... Even... Damn. That sucks. 6 lanes in. We're redesigning the Prometheum chips. Yes. Well, no, we're wider front, more of the conventional storage, less maybe of this storage, and faster speed. You also need to fix anti-biter laser placement. Yeah, I know. Maybe in Tesla just for fun. Yep, that's a thing. Fun. I've heard of it. Okay, so this is... We then need to take the module, which is from... This is the module. I remember at some point we calculated how much is in a module here. But that completely eludes me now. Maybe it's in the blueprint, actually. Cursed belt storage. Does it... No, it doesn't have anything. Oh, that's just not the same one. That they want to remove the ability to use quality in asteroid crushers. Yes, we know. So let's see. The whole thing was 920 of these. So if you want to get a third of that, that seems actually like we're already there. If I take this whole thing here, this whole thing, take the whole damn thing down there. So it's 924 of the red ones, 960 of the blue ones. Okay. Then this is, we should be able to calculate that. 135,000 divided by 924 multiplied by, what was this one? So proportionality, that means this one, if I stop it here, it would be 56,000. And then I have 6 of those columns. That means my storage is going to be 360. That's not enough. And then And I think we need a better end thing down here. Oh, I guess this is the stuff that gets tacked on. There. And then the next question is, I needed 6 lanes in here. Otherwise I need this space. Okay. So this would be the ideal if I want 1 space more in the middle, 2 space, 3 space. Then I can also do a little bit of breathing room with this part. One space in between and 1 space in between, and then that's actually not great. Oops. I'm shuffling this a lot. There. One. And that means there's 1 more space here. This might not actually be feasible. Nope, it's not. I need to move it further down. This is a little bit of robot abuse. I'm just gonna move it down here. That's plenty of space. Ew, I did not get all of it. Try again. There, got it. Okay, so here I need to get the bypass. So what happens is it comes in here and I want to leave 1 space open. Then at this point it tries to continue. There. So these have to go over and go straight in, which will be another kind of headache because I need 3 belts now. Oh, this is nightmare. Dipping a little bit below. This is coming. Battle is coming back. Bartik is flying out. You're also flying out. I don't think this is gonna get anywhere near enough. Yeah, this is already starving. Ugh. Yeah, so it needs to get up to 200,000 before it turns around. And here you put a 6-4 bouncer. That's the problem with the 64 bouncer, is that it's clunky and big. I want to close this gap. But another part is also that, yeah, I don't know. It is pretty good, this one. Like, before it was like this. Happy. But now, how would I get the last one in? Don't know. I'm not going to change this pattern, so in case you were fishing for that. Yeah. Yeah, 3 to 2 bouncer. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's try that. Fugly is what it is. Feels weird. Also, no, actually, they have to get from the overflow first. Yeah, ultimately, we have to do this, actually. So, that might actually be this ugly one that we're going to use again. So, now I can take this again. Yay. That's as close as we can make it. Smash. Whew. Just try. What would this look like? Weird. Yeah, I don't like that because then it gets separated. So now I kind of regret this because I have 2 spaces here and 1 and 1 and 1. Then I'd much rather have double space out here and less space in there. Still thinking you reduce storage space? Yeah, this is 900, so this is the same as one of these original columns. So I have, instead of having 4 columns, then I have 3 columns. So yes, I have reduced it. I have reduced it by... yeah, 400,000. I think 400,000 is exactly what I wanted. I wanted 400,000 in storage for this. Feels good. And then we can build a big rocket. Put the second down south. Yeah. This is kind of where we are at this point. And then the annoying 4 to 6 splitter has to be put in there. But yeah, this I can, this I can kill. And then I need to make, I'm thinking this rocket is really good. If we can put one of these on either side, then I'm actually good. It works better than what I have designed before. It's just that this is a weird shape. This needs the belt running past And it is running past. It's a really unfortunate shape. I'll put that here. Okay, then it's time to remove all the other one. And this can go out like that. I love these kind of redesigns. I think they're fun to do. Just sort of tinker with these designs and just come up with something that's a little bit better, and then suddenly something really synergizes really well. That's likely, lovely. I think I'll just kill everything that's below here. And then actually also that. Then we're gonna leave it, deliberately leave a space. And I'm gonna try to fill that space with the rocket, or with this part here. Here. But this is too wide actually, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks. My other ones is only 6 wide. So this is gonna be 3 of these V's. I don't think I can get this V copied in a good way. We'll just take it. Can remove the last bits. Zip. There. And then of course there's a ton of things we need to remove. Now my next question is, why the hell is this one not going all the way out to the border? Damn it. Huge premium ship uses like 16 and 8 crab plants for making. Nope, I have not. This is unfortunate. Because I don't think it's safe to have this sticking this much out. But on the other hand, we have a lot of other shooty. Okay, let's kill this. Still not want to go there. Oh, 11 o'clock. Yeah. This teeny tiny little one. The question is, can that be squeezed down here? Not quite. Almost. We'll see if what we can do after the break. And let's see, who is out? You're 300,000 kilometers out, so that should be pretty good. There we go. Pew, 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 pew. I'll be back in 2 minutes. It is a lot more bland to look at this when there's no particles, but hey, if we earn back a few updates, then I'll take it. A few, maybe. There you go. That one. Okay, it actually much nice to watch with mods. Particles were not survived through Twitch conversion anyway. Oh, that's actually, oh, that's true. That's true. Didn't think of that, but that's a good point. Okay, this side also has to be fixed, but I'm kind of leaning towards just fixing one side at a time. I also think this thing can be removed. What I'm looking for is how far down here I can squeeze this. Now, I don't care if I use more modules than I need, or more beacons. Who cares? Modules are cheap. So if this is not fast enough anymore, which I don't think it is, this is 9.5, this is 8.5. Where were they supposed to be? Who knows? Yeah, then they also hit extra here for 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, yes. And these ones are 821, okay. So it's I can make it better. Well, more compact at least. See? I need one more module somewhere else. Oh, no. Well, actually, as long as I do this, it's okay.
A kind.
Hey, Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Trying to start a late night train, maybe. And this one also has to be rotated. Crap. Here. Blip. Put it. Now here's the other thing. I wanted to run maximum speed all the time. Forever. This is 8.5, this is 9.5. So I need another beacon out here. And that gets you to 9.5 and 9.5. Good. And that these become too fast anyway. Okay. This is not the best utilization of space. But it's also not the worst. If that's some kind of consolation. Then I also need to get from here. Oh, that's just ridiculously easy, isn't it? Like that. Huh. Yeah, it's the same. But there is unfortunately some dead space here that I feel is wasted. The pipe. Oh yeah, this one. This definitely. Defiantly. And also there's a little bit more here, more to it. I can see that. Yeah, a little bit more to it. Because I now need to get from here to here, somehow. And from here to that one. So this one will push out and go all that blue stuff there. This one will get all the blue stuff here and down there. But no one gets the blue stuff into this one without going in here. So I need blue stuff into this line and I need yellow stuff into this line. But I also need to connect the two networks because otherwise I am over consuming fuel and over consuming oxide. That's no good. So. I'm not really seeing how this is happening. Because there's too big of a gap here to jump exactly by one. I could do this, and then this would be a jumpable location, but where to? Move the beacon, but this beacon also needs to go here, so then I need to do it, put another beacon in here and move them. If I do this, then I have to put it in here. Otherwise it's not 9.5 anymore. But hey, it's, I mean, still probably the right move. And thank you, Rhaegar, for the new rail system, new fuel system. Thank you. Perfectly awesome. So this now also needs to go the same place over here. There we go. This is a bad one, right? No, 36,000. We should be able to do that. 29, 28. It only got to 367,000, so that's pretty low. That's a lot of good croissants we're throwing into space. This is the everything is okay alarm. 23. How long time do they spawn until they spawn? 1 minute and 13 seconds. That's not bad. Actually, the sound is not that is just... This is how the biters came to Novice in the first place. Some idiot was doing this particular thing in low orbit. It's fine. They'll burn up in when entering the atmosphere. They didn't. Not all of them. We want to 800,000. Yeah, I don't think it's so much about like the maximum storage that's important. We'll stack inserters, output them more quickly, way more quicker, way quicker. This is, yeah, way quicker. So it doesn't work without stack inserters, and it is done. So no problem. And then this one stalls out. And the last ones here, they spawn in 39 seconds. I think that with a 39-second cooldown is sort of buffer from away from disaster. That's pretty fine. Pretty good. There we go. And then ejects the rest. Sweet. I like that. So now the question is, you have now flown all you want, but I want you to fly at least until you have 150. Because then you turn around and come back, and then the 150 plus whatever you get on the way back. But if I just turn around now, I would get 450,000 kilometers worth, but I don't know how much that is. This is my issue here, is that this number depends on, like, why is there not a flight condition that says distance? Time is basically the same as distance. Can I calculate how far it's flying out? I'm flying at 356. So, 20 minutes times 60 seconds times 356. That means it flies 307,000 kilometers out. That doesn't seem reasonable. What? Oh, 256. 3. Okay, 427 out. Okay, that sounds more likely. Which should be fine. If it's 420, it would be really nice to sort of get a sense of, okay, if we fly 427,000 kilometers out, how much do we gather in that space? Because whether we go in or out should be more or less the same. I mean, yeah, we're flying a little bit fast on the way home. Yeah, see, that's a bad shape here. Yeah, this is where, oh, no, go back out again. Finding a good balance for this is really not easy. Because I want to avoid this part here, this dip. I want it to be a flat line, and then it's done. But that's what we're aiming for with the new ship. Anyway, so back to designing the new ship. What were we were doing something here. Oh yeah, engine parts. Right, here's another thing. Maybe the answer is that one of these places is only making this, and the other place is only making the other one. Could that be an idea? I mean, it's an idea, yeah. Because then I just need it into one space. This would then be the one that's most difficult to get in. So this will only do that. I'll try this. There, and you go here. You are there. Isn't that exactly the only thing I needed to change? And then I need to make sure that I do not put it in here. I need this one connected to that. So now I have one network. Nope. Really feels weird that I can't get it closer than this. Okay, so that's connected here. Then I need to get it from this one, moving out. you're gonna be only. There might be something that's wrong with this that I can't figure out. Hey, Colonel Will. Good evening. Hole in the middle to eject, as the hop is less danger than of astral strike. Yeah, I don't like the hole in the middle, and there's a particular reason why I don't like that solution. It's not sort of religious reasons. Well, it is. It is blueprints, because then the blueprints don't work anymore. And you know me, I like my blueprints. All right, so this is connecting here, and then it also needs to connect all the way over here somehow. I want to just jump here. If I move this, that one loses a beacon. I can always throw more beacons at the problem. So anyway, what we're doing now is we're redesigning our ship to make it faster and have more storage facility. It's easy to connect. Yeah, I know. It's maybe getting closer to midnight, so my brain stops working. So this one goes up here, then from here it goes somewhere over to connect to this one, and once it's connecting to that, it's fine. So I could do the same thing in here, but I don't like that, because then this is connecting here, but I also need to connect it this one up to that. No, it doesn't work, right? This one goes that way. And then if I do the same thing for this, even though I can't, it'll have to be mirrored this one because it's a slight subtle things. Then I can just do this and go over here. But I'm still missing the connection from this oxidizer into that pipe. And I'm missing the fuel from here into that pipe. And that's the thing that bothers me, because I would want to do something like this. Oh no! What the hell? How the hell did that happen? I have no idea how that happened. Oh! Here! Are you what? I missed... Oh, come on. 20 minutes? I don't want to lose that ship. It's very dead. There's no way of saving it. Especially that with all these biters on board. How the hell did that happen? So someone, I am pointing fingers, deleted this. Someone deleted that one. Did you just enjoy base platforms? I find it tedious. I like the idea of just coming up with modules and then sort of shuffling around and moving a little bit, and suddenly something works. Yeah, I don't think this one is savable. Good night. Battle Nogara, you served us well. It wasn't even the biters who got us. It wasn't even the biters. I do find it a little bit tedious, but I also find it quite fun to sort of make it fit So let's have a look. This one has fuel. Yes, this one has fuel. How the hell did that happen? Like, how did I just delete this? That's tough. Yeah, these are dirt cheap, these ones, right? But yep, we need another level 5 high train for a new glorious ship. But hey, that's a glorious ship. See a blueprint of the ship before building. I mean, I have other ones identical, so I don't need that. It's unless I lose those as well, then we'll take it from there. Everything is really basic. Yeah. We're building a new ship anyway, yeah, but that was supposed to be the 4th ship. Okay, this bothers me that I can't come up with something good. The thing is, I need to be able to jump through this one with both. And maybe the answer is just... But then again, it doesn't allow me to jump the other way. It's the thing that... It's because it's asymmetric or symmetric or whatever. It's some kind of symmetry. Ah, why? I think I want to go back to the original one where I had... No. Yes. Yeah, that one. Aronium. I feel that that is less messed up. Probably isn't. This one goes over here. It's no good. Does not work. There's just so many things that just don't work. This one seems okay. Yes. Then I need... The only reason this works and the other one doesn't work. Ah, because this one cannot be placed. I don't get it. I don't get it. There's room for 2 here on this side, but not on the other side. Because something symmetry. Now? Ish. Now it's still messed up because this is going... Okay. Right. That works. 9.5, 9.8.5. How does this one drop down to 8.5? That makes no sense to me. Now take 9.5. 9.5, 9.5, and 9.5. Okay, easy. And this is the fuel, so it goes over here. So what is it now that isn't connected? The fuel from this side only reaches down here. It doesn't reach into that one. And the... yeah. Which means it's uneven. It's uneven and I can't have it being uneven. It sucks. I have so much space and I can't use it. I really have no idea how to do this. It's getting too late for this. I do need the 4 beacons. Yeah, for this. I still need this one. See, it would be really nice if I could get out here and out. I mean, I can if I just move this down here. And then what? Then what happens to you? This is fire. What's the point of getting the fire all the way from here through this when it's also available right there? It just makes no sense. It's here. This corner, as in the closest, has to connect to this one there. Right? It's just from here to here. That's the shortest distance. It's from here to here. That's the shortest distance. It just doesn't want to happen. Alright. Do we have another ship that's about to explode? No, this is going to be fine. I was trying to do that, but I couldn't figure that out. So I tried something else, and I can't figure that out either. I'm just going to ignore it because it's going to be fine. I'm a little bit tired now. I can feel that, and I'm growing blind from just staring at the same damn thing here. I also feel that I'm just going down the wrong path here of trying to make it. If I look at what the existing ships were, then this is also such a mess. How much? 6.1 and 6.1. That's just not enough. Okay. Here's more. Okay. Can we just be done with it now? 8,000. Okay. Almost. I'm just gonna ignore it. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, I'm freaking out because it doesn't stop. And now it's down to 3,000, 2,000. I know, it sucks. 1,000, it should suck. And we are safe. Good. But sucks that we lost so much, because that's 100,000 more Promethium we could have made if the ship had just had enough Promethium. So we really need to get more Promethium gathered here. Can we just smash this one? Please be the same height, otherwise it sucks. Yep. Still a lot of other things to fix, but this one might as well go there. Make a small version that fits on the edge of the engines. I mean, I want this to collapse. So basically my build space, my ideal build space is this triangle and this triangle. It might also not just matter that it's unbalanced. It might not, but it might be. I can't really figure that out. This one annoys the hell out of me that it's indented when it really shouldn't, or needn't be indented. It's just trying to get the least valuable space used so the ship can be as small as possible. But I can also just do this and go like, well, maybe. It is unbalanced because this, as far as I can see, right? Okay, this module is feeding, the oxidizer is feeding here, 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 and here. That's the oxidizer. No, oxidizer is coming. So the oxidizer from this one is feeding only these two. And the fuel is feeding this one and this one. And these two, right? So it's in oxidizer is 1, 2, and fuel is 1, 2, 3, 4. Over here, fuel is 1, 2, and oxidizer is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I mean by uneven. That means this production capacity cannot be utilized because it can only ever feed into that. That's what I mean by it's unbalanced. So that's why it's so important that it needs to be there. Yeah, it needs to be there. Half a triangle. It looks awful. But yeah, let me... I don't think that's a good idea. I think it just makes it worse. Okay, I tried. I think that's a great idea. At least it sounds like a great idea at this time of day. Fluid bus to put them on share network. Yes. Such a weird way it deletes. Slowly, slowly. Oh, that was fast. It must be something, the sequence, maybe it scans that way or something, since it, I don't know. And then this goes fast. This belt. This is the fuel belt in, or that one. It still sucks that it's not connected. It really does. But I think that the idea, just saying that fluid bus, is so much simpler idea than all the shit I'm doing here. I think just hearing that and then go like, ah, yeah, okay, that's because maybe that's what they're saying earlier of how simple it could be. It's just that I didn't want to use the parts up here. If I just did this, it would be super simple. I could even get it one down and it would still be fine. And then that would kind of be the same over here. Then I wouldn't need to try to get these out here. Damn. It's a lot simpler, isn't it? Do need the fuel, the heat coming out of this one. And then have to go through the same again. The outside is not fed. Ugh, fuck. Yeah. No? What? The outside is not fed? What is not it? The outside. The outside what? Yeah, I'm not putting anything into this one. Fuck. Yeah. Okay, so now that we're back to this idea. But the fuel bus is probably still the answer. So much junk. Get that one out. Five. 10. 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, and 9.5. Okay. So what did I want to do? Oh, I still wanted this, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So that feeds this one, but then I also need to just get it. Now that and that. Okay. This damn thing here. Now I did the same thing, but I needed to rotate this. Oh, man. It's just a few places I need to get this on up here. Yeah, put it into a bus. Maybe if put everything into a bus. I just thought this would be easier, but it's not really easier. I keep going back and forth to the same shit, so. Yeah. So if we just kind of try to bus it, then it would be like these go in here. And then it's just these two, right? And this one. Those are the places we want things. And if I connect this, everything is fine. Connected. Connected. Good. Okay, then this is the. And I also need the other one. This is the ammo, which just has to pass by, and that can't really jump through this one, so they also need to alternate. I mean, could really actually technically jump through this. Okay. So we take this part and we kill all of this. And this takes forever to delete. Like this way of deleting, there's just something weird about it. Instead of scanning from the top down, but how about scanning from furthest away? Maybe that's such a small optimization that they were never really considering it. But it gets a little bit absurd this way. And then it goes like, nope. 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 Nope, nope. Nope, nope. But you could have started with that one. And if I put this in, then it won't work. Because it'll get confused. I mean, this one doesn't even have to be here. I don't need any more space than what I have here. Come on. More stuff. See, playing paused, 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 paused. I like that. That's the different layers that are paused. It's really an interesting thing so that they identify that they don't need to be there. Okay, so how far up can we make it? That will not be able to do the undergrounds, so... fuck that. This is definitely the highest possible. There. This one could do something else instead. Wonder what this is supposed to be. Hey, fuel something. Yay! We need storage for this. Pretty neat. Don't have enough, but a little bit. Until it would be faster. Yeah. Okay, and then we have this awful 3x2 balancer. There's no room for it because it needs more space. The 6-4 is also awful because it's not even here. There. Okay, so what are we missing? We're missing this has to be realigned and re-optimized for 4 lanes. This is 3 tiles too narrow, and this is also 3 tiles. Okay, so at least that doesn't need to be moved. But there was something about the whole build here has to be moved 1 tile inwards. For some reason. One. So it's 1 space, 3 lanes, 1 space, 1 space, 3 lanes, 1 space, and then that one. Okay, good. And let's figure out all of this up here. How that works. That doesn't make any sense. Well, maybe it makes a little bit of sense, but... Oh, right, it makes sense because this stupid thing here is actually shifting it a little bit. There. Good. Definitely also something obscure here. They are now no longer at all synchronized. Oddly. Also wonder why this one has to be... What is this? Oops, that's really just difficult or dangerous or wrong. One of those. This is no longer matching anything. There. So much. And that goes in here. Or it could, you could go in here and then yes. Also works. And then there has to be one place on this belt where I balance it. And that's just here. Reestablish this. That would be where we are going to be pretty much leaving it off here, I think. That's a neat little square ship. I think next time we'll be doing some test runs with this and just trying to see if we can get it to work, do stuff. Yeah, so this is a problem because how do we get anything into this one? We don't, but then I guess we just do these and just not get hit at this point. I think that's the easiest. Just don't get hit. But we still have all of these, and yeah. Clean up beacon on fuel. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is needed anymore. Right? Because this connects to that line, and this connects also to the same line. And then the beacons, 9595. 9595. So this is cleaned up beacons. Mm-hmm. All right, these two go in here. There. Yes, that's the beacon. Clean up here. There. Okay. I think we managed to get it. And of course we don't have any resources in this ship yet. But yeah, well, eventually. Oh, this is not great. Doop. We actually have a decent amount. Why is nothing being produced then? Is that like a seed or something? Yeah, there must be like a seed of oil or what is it? What is it? What is it I'm not seeing? Hmm. Okay, so it runs past here, build some more fuel. That's good. Fuel is most important. We can do lasers from all the stuff. Then this one should move past. Couple more storage. Yeah, but it's, I like that it's kind of the same shape. So this has to go all the way up, and has to go all the way over in here. That should be fine. I mean, oh, it's the carbonic. It's the fact that we just don't have any carbonic moving around, right? On this belt, it looks like we only have ice and metallic, no carbonic. That's why. So nothing works because we don't have any carbonic. Yeah, lovely. Well, we can probably still move out. Rocket belt doesn't match up. That's pretty severe. This is the rocket belt. Where does it not match up? The lower one is the rocket belt. Let's see. Is this where it's supposed to go? That is the rocket belt, right? This one? Or is it on the other side? Here. Here. I don't see it. Maybe that's the other one. Ah, there's more than one, right? Yes, this one. You're supposed to go out into... There we go. Thank you. Good spot. Yay! We got the first rockets. A little bit of it. And probably this one has the same issue. Nope. So whatever we got it in here. And that means the first here are launched, but that's it. Are your grabbers connected? No, they're not. Yeah. Well, there's still a lot of work to do, and that's definitely not something we do in the last seconds here, which we're already over time. So that's going to be next time. I have no idea when next time is. Sunday? What day is it? Wednesday today? No? Monday? Then it's Wednesday. I don't know if we're going to do some Let's Try, otherwise we're going to continuing with this. We lost the ship. We're going to get the new ship out and running next time, and then see if it works. It's going to need some tuning and tweaking, and yeah. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope to see you in another episode. I should have an episode of Star Rupture out tomorrow, so check that out. Wow, 6 subs for a full long evening here. Well, that's gonna be it for today. Good night, take care, and stay effective.